Hello to everyone watching the playback. Hello. I'm so excited to be reading this book. Hello everyone. Everyone's popped in. Welcome to the Sprints. These are the ones where I have kidnapped the late night crew and forced to be on the channel until they like Grady Hendrix. I'm just joking, but this is Late Night Crew's unofficial book club, and I'm just hosting the sprints for today. Rye's going to be joining us when she's done with dinner. We will be reading the new Grady Hendrix, How to Sell a Haunted House. We'll be reading it all together and then chatting about it in the chatty sessions. It will be spoiler free. You don't have to be reading that book with us, but it's fun if you are, because then you can participate in our conversations about the book. There's also a Discord that Late Night Crew has. And just in case you're not familiar, Late Night Crew is Rye, Cassidy, and Mel. And me and Lexi are just kind of tagging along for the ride tonight. I put the Discord link in the description box below, and there's a little section for how to sell a haunted house where
hold up, ready to go.
Yeah, we're going to be chatting in there, letting you know our thoughts along the way. But yeah, let us know if you're going to be reading along with us. I was going to ask us.
I'm the only one that has the physical book, so there you go. Thanks, Deb. See, there we go. Thanks, Deb. If you hear my Discord going, I apologize in advance.
I'm sorry if you hear Winston purring.
Yes, here's the Late Night Crew.
It's okay. The dog is gonna go wild at some point. I'm already watching this world.
It should be linked in the description box along with everyone's channels, but here is the Discord here as well.
We all have dogs. We're good.
Oh my God, Teddy is barking so loud in my bedroom right now. I put him in the bedroom because I knew I was like, my neighbors are about to come down. Not good. Maybe while I'm pulling up some of the highs, you guys want to talk about your feelings about other Grady Hendrix books and how excited you are for this one.
You're gonna make us do that? Riley, you're never hosting again.
I guess I'll go first. This will be my fourth Grady Hendrix. I've given Southern Book Club's Guide 5 stars, Horror Store 4, and My Best Friend's Exorcism 3. But Grady Hendrix himself gets 5 stars.
I love that.
I liked Southern Book Clubs. I hated My Best Friend's Exorcism. Let's read this one.
I think this is my 5th Grady Hendrix, and I don't know that I've given one over a 3.5 stars, so fingers crossed.
This could be the one. I feel like a lot of people have been loving this one.
I think it's going to be the one. As Southern Book Club, I liked. Yeah. I just didn't like the accent.
I've been seeing it sold out in a couple of places, so I'm glad you got a copy.
Oh, no.
I got it from Book Depository, and I went to look, and it's sold out now.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Did you see? I think it was Melissa that went to the signing, and he signed it and said, "I hope you like the murder dolls." And, murder dolls in the front of her book.
Yeah, Melissa's love that.
What's the number? I don't see the number.
Hello, Rye.
Hi, sorry, we had to finish dinner quick.
Sure.
How are you doing? Are you excited for this book?
I'm excited. I am. I'm nervous. I didn't realize, I feel like it's bigger than I thought it was going to be when I went and got it today, and my Barnes & Noble barely had any copies of it. And it's definitely bigger than I thought it was going to be.
What are these?
The audio is 13 hours.
Yeah,
That's
I was like,
bad.
oh my gosh. I was like,
it's got things in the back.
what does it have?
It's got mixed media type stuff in the back.
Oh, really? I didn't see that in my copy. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it now. I have the Barnes & Noble exclusive. I don't know what's different about it.
I don't either.
I think there's a bonus chapter or something.
Oh, okay.
But I think it spoils stuff.
Mm.
So I wouldn't look at it yet.
I have no idea anything about this. I want to go in completely blind. So, I literally know nothing.
Ooh, I'm excited.
That's awesome. It's going to be 5 stars, Amy. First
Hendrix
Hendrix.
over her hoping that either me or Lexi hates it. But not both of us. We can't both dislike it if she's screwed.
If you both dislike it, I still could like it. I haven't tested that theory yet.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought we both disliked
Google dislikes. I didn't hear what you said.
yeah, because my internet sucks.
Well, no, Gracie's also talking too. So
I hate this place. I love it. Internet.
I feel like Mel and I's horror and thriller line up more. Like mine and Cassie's, I feel like don't.
I'm just a wild card. Let's be honest here.
I don't know what I like yet, so
His all of his full he most of them are horror. He also has a nonfiction about horror paperbacks, and I believe he has a novella that isn't horror. It's just like about two guys building a spaceship, I think.
Yeah, he has a sci-fi book, and then he also has, I think, a cookbook. This is Paperbacks from Hell, the nonfiction one. It's like, look at this.
He has a cookbook?
Yeah,
I want a cookbook.
I'm pretty sure it's a cookbook.
Is it like horror recipes or is it
I
just
don't remember. I think he co-wrote it with someone. I'll look it up. Princeton.
This isn't strictly true because Michelle also loved Best Friend's Exorcism and Lexi just was so about it.
And and Michelle liked rock, paper, scissors, right? And Lexi despises that book.
Yeah. It's called Dirt Candy. It is vegetarian.
His wife is a chef.
Yeah, his wife owns a restaurant called Dirt Candy, and he co-wrote this, like based on recipes from her restaurant, maybe.
Oh, he also has a nonfiction about kung fu movies as well. Wow.
Yes,
man of many
I
talents.
forgot about that one.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's a weird guy.
I like weird. Weird's good.
Yeah.
I also want to let everyone know, like, the vibe of these sprints, they're going to be fairly focused because this is a long ass book and we're trying to get as much rid of it as we can in the sprints tonight. So that means I'm going to put up like a 10-minute timer in between each of the 45-minute sprints. So I probably won't be reading every single comment all the way through, just so that we can all read as much of the book as we can together before we tonight. And hopefully, maybe I don't know. Who knows? We're gonna try.
I would like to. It's a 13-hour audiobook.
You can do it.
Yeah, we need 5.77 sprints if they're all 45 minutes to
I
finish.
definitely will not finish it tonight, but I will be in the chat. Nora has not napped since she's been out of her crib, and she is absolutely miserable. So I don't know much reading. Yeah, so I'm hoping I can read a little bit now before she goes to bed, but she's like uncontrollable, like flopping on the ground. So we'll see.
Apparently, Chris Hendricks' wife is on a show in Canada. You should know this.
Is she on Top Chef Canada? That's what I watch.
Like, let me find it.
I don't know about this free. I got it from Audible, but I did get it for free because I started a new Audible account, and so I got a free credit.
Nice.
I don't think it's not on Scribd, I don't think.
Yeah, I got it from my library.
My eyeballs, but we'll see how that goes.
All right, we might just jump into the first sprint now if everyone's cool with it.
Yeah.
Because we're right about 9 minutes. That way we can start some reading. Let me pull up the timer.
Mommy was.
And so we'll see everyone in 45 minutes.
Mel.
Hello, welcome back.
I'm not used to that thing, and I was not going to come back. What is Nick's sound doing somewhere?
How did everyone do? How far did you guys get? What are your thoughts? I'm like halfway through chapter 7 right now.
Same.
I stopped at chapter 10, so I just got to chapter 10.
I just started chapter 4, so I'm a little behind you guys.
I'm almost at chapter 7. I'm just in chapter 6.
I think I'm like halfway through 7. I'm at page 73. Like that.
Yeah, I started a little early because I'm vlogging, so I wanted to have time to do that during stuff. There's a character that I very much love.
Have we met that character?
I can't remember. I think so. I think it's pretty early, but maybe it's like in the chapter you guys are reading.
I'm kind of bored. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the funeral stuff's taking a little too long. Let's keep going.
I'm like, and I don't think I'm supposed to hate the main character, but I think she feels like she's better than everyone, and
I
I
will
just
agree with that.
can't stand her.
I don't hate her, but I'm not like loving her.
Yeah.
I'm very indifferent. She's not bothering me, but also I have no positive feelings attached to her either.
Yeah, I agree. This like weird puppet church stuff is very relatable.
Yeah, that part was funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I was younger, I was in my church's puppet group. I don't know. I forgot about that. So no.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of similar at least in setup to Pet Cemetery and Winter People, but I like didn't love either of those books. I'm hoping it shifts from grief to the other things that it's been hinting at so far. But I'm not like disliking the book, but I am like holding out hope that it does that shift. And as long as it does that shift, it will work for me. But
I know it's very much so family drama, and I'm like, I did not pick it up for family drama.
I'm not a family drama, thriller, horror. Like that's not a subgenre that I gravitate towards, so it does make me nervous.
And like, I don't know, like she's just like always complaining about her brother, who like I get it, he's immature and stuff, but like just let him live his life. You decided not to be there. Like, I don't know.
She does eventually kind of say that at the part where I'm at. Like, you did a good job. This is what they would have wanted. And they go right back to squabbling. And I'm like,
yeah.
yeah, me not loving the main character is like okay with me. That I feel like Deb's comment here, like it's fine.
I mean, I don't think I'm supposed to despise her though. Like, I literally want to like close the book. Like, I hate her. Like,
I think as in I mean I don't like her, but I think I don't mind her because as the like oldest sibling, I like relate to certain things. Yeah,
I will agree with that. She's definitely not going to be somebody I'm a fan of, but I don't hate her either.
Yeah, and
it's very relatable to like when my stepdad's dad passed away. He's the eldest sibling, and a lot of the stuff that he was having to deal with and the younger siblings wanted him to do, it had already been planned out, and they were trying to like it's very much similar to that, but doesn't mean that I'm enjoying reading about it.
I mean, they don't keep talking about that forever.
I am a terrible person, and never put me in charge of your stuff because I don't care if you find out you're dead. Like, I'm just gonna get rid of it all. Which is probably a younger sibling thing, but I just also don't have any like connections to like objects or anything like that. So
yeah, I mean, if like that was going on in my family, my whole family is very much like Mark and how he approaches it. Like we don't do anything for after someone's dead. It's like they're gone. You do what's best for you, and for what's best for us is not to make a whole spectacle out of it. It's not true for everyone, but like if I'm like choosing one way or the other, it'd definitely be Mark's. But I think I was just like following the narrative, and I think we're supposed to dislike Mark, and so then I was disliking Mark, but it was to the point where it was like too much disliking him, and I was like, is he just being an asshole for no reason? Like, it's kind of annoying. But then your comment, Cassidy, in the Discord, I was like, okay, now I'm like liking his character more because you sympathizing with him made me realize, like, okay, he's not just an asshole. Like, he has his own motivations behind what he's doing.
I need
I
to bring that
also
up.
think though that the parts that we see in the beginning are very much so marked through Luis's point of view, and then slowly throughout the funeral you start to see him from other people's points of view, which makes you appreciate him more. It's very much so her lens in the beginning.
Yeah. I think that's what, like, I was just allowing her lens to dictate what was my personal feelings.
I did too at first. I'll give you that.
You just need to be a younger sibling.
Yeah, I'm also the oldest.
Sometimes I wish.
Maybe that's what's going on here.
Yeah, it's like certain things are very relatable. Like I don't relate to the character herself, but just like certain experiences.
No, I agree. I'm the oldest too, so I like what you're saying. Like I can't relate to her necessarily, but I get some of the things of being that oldest sibling.
Even like the first couple of chapters, I was just sitting here like, I was like, oh, Rye's gonna be loving this. All this talk about like motherhood and all this, and I'm sitting here like, let's keep going.
I found that part annoying,
actually. Point of view.
Like the library book thing, I was like, no, like that's just no, we don't do that.
I'm not a big fan of lots of children in my horror though, or like books in general.
I like kids in horror books,
When they're
but I like kids just in general in horror books. But the like, we haven't heard it too much, but then the audio voice for Copy is so annoying that I'm like, oh, maybe I want like a kid in this horror book.
Yeah, I'm seeing Deb's comment at the funeral part. I like, I get that, but like, I'm 60 pages in. Like, I'm tired of this.
Still
now.
there at
I'm
75.
out of it.
Oh, good, because I'm still there at 75, and I'm like, oh wow, this should not have been this long.
Yeah, it does end soon.
But I will say I find all of Grady heavy-handed. Like every book I've read from him so far has been heavy-handed. So like it does make sense for this to be heavy-handed on that part.
Yeah.
We're talking about a 400-page horror book. I'm like, this did not need to be. We could have almost done it in a quick chapter and then moved on, and instead it's 8 chapters worth, and I'm like,
I think the reason it is like this is because I'm pretty sure one of his parents recently died. So this book is him processing his own grief of losing a parent.
And I do know this sort of like conversations and discussions about when to tell kids about death and like how to approach death and what like lasting legacy the family member's death should have on the rest of the family. Like it is a big thing within horror. It's not a big subgenre of horror I like, but it could be like in there for that audience as well.
Yeah. It's definitely just, I think so far a book that I would have avoided if I'd heard someone talk about it, but I'm hoping it moves past this and I'll end up really liking it.
Yeah.
I'm like a low 3 currently.
Same.
I'm pretty hopeful that once it moves past it, it will start working for me. I mean, it's not like so super not working so far. I'm still very, very hopeful for the book, but it feels like I'm still waiting for the story to start, even though the story started. It's just I'm waiting for the story part that I care about to start.
I agree with Cassidy too. The dolls thing and her immediately assuming that the dolls were the ones dealing with some of that stuff. It does come back around, and she kind of makes a more rational thing later. I'm trying to be very, very vague, but I hope that gets a little bit more sorted out.
Well, earlier too, like I'm listening so fast to the audio, I could have missed like a sentence where she was assuming it was not like supernatural, but didn't she say like, oh, it's the wiring that's part of what's going on?
Like an automatic, like it was set on a timer to like turn on and off.
And right after that, she looks at the dolls and throws them out because, and there's like a comment about how they could have done it. And I was like, that would not be my automatic
I might immediately move them into a closet so I don't have to look at them.
I mean, the idea of them are super creepy. The fact that they're sitting there, like looking like your brother and sister likes them, but
That was our 10 minutes. You guys want to jump into another sprint?
Sure.
I like being ahead because I know what everyone is talking about, but I know I'm not going to stay ahead. So
I was right on point with Mel and Kaylee, and then I really had to pee. And it fucked me over. No pee breaks for the rest of.
that's why these are
You
nice.
gotta learn to pee fast, Cassidy. Pee fast.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I took the Kindle with me, but
I support that. I do support that.
Alex is like, I'm taking my headphones with me. It's fine.
Yeah, they stay on the whole time.
All right. Hopefully, we come back and all of us are liking it. We'll see. See everyone in. Oh, and just a reminder, Discord. We've been chatting about it in the Discord, Late Night Crew Discord. It's linked in the description box below. Check out the Discord if you want to talk along with us as we're reading. Okay. See everyone in 45. Hello, welcome back. Let us know how far you got if you're reading How to Sell a Haunted House. I'm in the middle of chapter 13 because I took a phone call from my mom and I was like, Mom, I can't talk. I'm trying to speed read this. Yeah, how far did you guys get? Have your thoughts changed or evolved, gotten better, gotten worse?
I think Cassie and I are at the exact same spot now.
Like in terms of feelings or place in the book?
Both.
Wait, Kaylee, are you liking it? You never officially
I'm
said.
still feeling like I'm just waiting to like it more. Like I'm not actively disliking it yet, but if this feeling like sustains itself and I never start like loving it a lot, then I feel like it's definitely going to be a big disappointment for me. I don't know. I think now that they're doing like it seems like some more of the petty squabbling maybe is over at where I'm at, and if that's true, like maybe I'll start. I don't know. It just feels more family drama than anything else at this
Cassie
moment.
and I are cursed. That's all it is.
My thing is that I feel like all of his books that I've read kind of start off not horror.
Yeah.
I feel like that's true, but then I end up liking the characters. Like I care about reading about the characters for the other books, like, and so they worked for me that way. Where this one, I don't know. I'm not like hating them, but I feel nothing about the characters. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel the
Yes,
same way. But
agreed.
the one that I liked, it was like not horror, but it was slow enough, and like I was intrigued from the very beginning about like the mystery around the character and all that. But
Because I really liked Horror Store, and that definitely doesn't start off as like a horror, but like I was captivated like from page one of it. Like I was intrigued and like I was I was in it. So like I didn't get too far because I had to put Nora to bed. I had my flashlight in her bedroom trying to read. And like there's like little things that like intrigues me, like with the dolls and stuff. But at the same time, I'm like I find myself like the whole conversation about the funeral, like that whole chapter. I'm just like, bro, like I'm just skimming because I don't care. Like I don't. It's not what I'm reading it for. Like that's not what I want from a horror.
I think if he was like, if he had started early and like leaned into the camp, then maybe it could have worked. But we were too serious, too much squabbling, too serious, too much squabbling. Now we're getting into some of the camp, and I'm like, it's a little too late for me, I think. I don't know.
Maybe that's the disconnect, that it's being too serious. And his other books, while they don't start with horror right away, they are like kind of funny in a lot of moments. Like My Best Friend's Exorcism has a lot of like very charming 80s moments in it that make me like reading it. And
Horror Store definitely does.
Horror Store. And then
Even
Final
Southern
Girl
Book
Support
Club
Group,
is-
I do feel like started out like, I don't know, a lot of people may
I haven't read that one,
but
so.
that one I feel like there was like kind of a lot of stuff going on like straight from the beginning. But then Southern Book Club's Guide, like there's a lot of like just humor and how like messed up everything was.
Agreed.
This one I feel like it's just trying to be emotional. I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting because I do think this one is funny, actually. I've been laughing throughout the whole thing.
What's funny about it? Like what parts have you been laughing at?
It's just like little comments. It's not generally, and that's how I felt about Southern Book Club's Guide too. It wasn't like things were outwardly funny, but like it's just like certain sentences that I don't know. It's not like it's a funny vibe, you know.
there. So far, I've just said this is stupid a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
I think that especially you, Cassidy, it's always interesting seeing you read horror because I feel like you go into it with your fantasy brain. So like a lot of your comments are things that as like a primarily horror and thriller reader, like those are things that don't bother me ever.
I think that's not just as a fantasy reader, those are just things I look for in stories. Like my sister and me, she reads primarily horror, and we have like similar thoughts on that. I just want more out of my stories. And that's not saying like there's anything wrong with just wanting to enjoy a story or like having fun with it, but like I just need things to like connect and make sense.
It's kind of like for me feeling like kind of like a, like you have like your slow burn romance, like it's like a slow burn horror. Like it's gonna be like that build up. That's like where like it's reminding me kind of.
Yeah, and
tension. Like I need less of the family squabble and more of
Mhm.
and that was one thing that I think Cassidy had a little bit of a complaint about in Carrow Haunt was things just kind of started happening. And it's like, give me the moments of, wait, where did that come from? Okay,
Mhm.
moving on. And she goes, that happens some, but she's going into way too much detail about, oh, it must have been this and this and this. And I'm like, sometimes your brain just says, well, that was weird. And you keep moving. And it creates that slow burn tension. And I'm not feeling that.
Yeah, I'm not feeling any tension with like the horror stuff.
Yeah, I could still end up liking it. Like I think I'm liking it, I think, more than Mel and Cass are right now, but like it's usually I'm already like full in for Grady Hendrix. Like Grady Hendrix, I consider one of my favorite authors of all time. Like the lowest I've ever rated one of his books is 4 stars. And right now, if I had to rate it, it would be probably like a low 3-star for me. But I'm really hopeful that the end climax, if that's what it's building up to, makes the beginning slow build worth it. And if so, I could then go back and say, okay, I'm changing my opinion. But at this moment, I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, I have heard like a lot of people that have finished it have said like this book is like campy and ridiculous and stuff. So it does change from like what is happening.
Yeah, I just wanted to lean in from the camp from the start then. Like if you give it to me
Yeah.
halfway, it just feels random.
Yeah.
Also, this is true. I could see
Yeah.
that moment.
I think, yeah, that, and I like the aunt, what's her name?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's funny.
Aunt Honey or Aunt.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
like her too.
Yeah, that was the character I was talking about earlier, but I couldn't remember when she was
like her.
introduced. And then there was the whole there was another thing that I was laughing at, but
A squirrel.
yeah.
I had to look up. This is like I was trying to put a comment in the Discord, and I couldn't remember the word for when people pose dead animals. So I like was looking up words for posing dead animals. Like, it's gonna put me on some sort of list somewhere.
Yeah.
Also, do you guys have?
I have a sibling.
Yeah.
I do too.
Mm-hmm.
I was friends with my sibling though. So
Yeah, my brother and I get along for the most part.
My siblings and I are like best friends. So like I feel like we would all know our roles. Like my brother's gonna be the logic head. Like we already know like he's in charge of the we already know that, and like he's the one that can set, like we just know that. But like we're all super close. So like for me in that sense I can't relate to, because
there was a scene where she's complaining about how her brother used to pull pranks on her all the time, and I was just like, "That's what siblings do." And I was
that was my life.
I was
that
like,
was the moment
"My
though, like
hung my stuffies up like suicide," and I'd walk out and just bawl.
that was the moment that I think I would have like clicked in. Like I've already clicked into that because of Cassidy's comment earlier of her sympathizing with the brother. But that was the moment where I think it would have clicked in, where I'm like, okay, we are in like Louise's lens right now, and not all of these criticisms are fair criticisms, and it's not just the brother being a huge mega asshole. It's like he just has a different perspective on things, and neither of them are being fair to each other.
No, neither of them are.
Yeah. It does, like, I mean, I'm in the middle of chapter 16, so there are more like moments between them as siblings, and not just like her thinking about him being terrible.
I'm just starting chapter 15.
Me too.
I can't remember where I'm at, but I'm earlier because I was on the
I
phone.
had to order food, so I'll start to drop a little bit behind probably in the next one.
Probably make food too.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of making dinner right now too. Also, yeah, this was
Listen.
I couldn't remember because I was like typing a comment while cooking dinner while listening at 3 times speed. I'm like, my brain isn't working right now.
I can't read and cook food at the same time.
I think we're about to get to like the part in the story that I expected the story to be about too.
Mm-hmm.
But like it just like I'm 40% into the book already. Like for me, for a horror, I feel like again, like this book did not take me 400 pages. There was too much setup in there for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that yours says did you round to 40?
37%.
Okay. I was like I'm ahead of you, but I'm at 39. So I was like
close.
Okay.
And like, but like I was expecting it to be about how to sell like a haunted house and see some creepy things happen. I don't know. And I was expecting a
Yeah.
lot of
I think I have also heard some things about this book that made me not expect that right away. So I think that might be why I'm enjoying it more.
I think so
as
too. So I know Michelle was like, "Don't go in expecting this as your typical haunted house
well.
book." Like when she had the arc of it, so I went in knowing that was gonna be not too typical haunted house, but
Yeah.
Also, I definitely agree with this comment, Sherry. It's just like not my preferred form of horror, but it's not like I'm saying. I know we were saying like, oh yeah, the book is family drama. I think it's just because that's not usually the type of horror we like to read.
Yeah.
But this is definitely a huge subgenre within horror for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I might be liking it the most because I have a more recent experience with this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really a big grief person in general. I'm gonna say like I'm a terrible person. I don't feel a lot of grief. So that probably doesn't help me. Like I can't relate at all. Like anytime someone's passed in my family or anything, my sadness is always for other people who feel sad, not necessarily for like I just for me like death is just a part of life and it doesn't make me feel sad. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think like possibly it's like the whole 180 opposite for me. Like the idea of death freaks me out so much, makes me so sad that I just don't prefer to read about it. And I think maybe that's where the humor isn't hitting, is like I just am seeing these moments as being such sad moments that nothing is like humorous about it for me, because I'm just like, oh my god, this sucks.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm kind of
I'm
in
very
between.
detached from it.
I'm in between those two, like I guess opinions on it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think I definitely fall in the middle with opinions, but I feel very detached from the book as a whole. Like it's not even hitting in any certain moments because my grandfather passed away less than a year ago, and this is very reminiscent of the way that the family acted. But I feel so detached from the way that it's being portrayed and written that that's not hitting where it probably.
Well, I know
was.
for me right now, I've been reading the second Finley Donovan book, and it's literally sitting like right over there. I'm just like looking at it, and I'm like, like I'm inclined, like I'm not like invested enough in this, where I'm like, I really want to just pick up that one. And
There are
like
books that I am not currently enjoying that I'd rather pick up right now. And that's weird because I still think this book sits at a 3-star for me. Like I'm not absolutely
I'm not hating it, but I'm also not interested in it.
But yeah.
I'm bored.
I want to see where the other ones go instead.
Like I would love to keep reading. Yeah, that's I'm like over like 100. Like I read 100 pages in Finley Donovan last night. Like, that's a lot in one couple
Kaylee
hours.
and Lexi are gonna be like, we're never inviting you to buddy read anything with us ever again because we're all cursed.
Yeah, I'm like shocked this isn't a full slam dunk for me.
But
so
no
far,
one's DNFing it yet. Like that to me is like
Committed.
a huge
I
game.
said that.
I want to read all of Grady, so like, well, I guess I did DNF the other one, and I don't know if I'll ever go back to it, but so I'm gonna try.
I'm still hopeful I could end up loving this. I had similar like feelings about Gallows Hill, and then the ending like fixed my issues with it. So like it has happened before where like Gallows Hill is one of my favorite books, and like in the middle,
Gallows Hill has a slow start too.
It does.
It does.
It's
But I was
a
intrigued
similar
by
start to this, but it just hits different.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like Gallows Hill more.
I think I just want spooky in some way from the beginning for my horrors.
Okay. Let's do another sprint. Our 10-minute timer went off, and let's hope that we like it more.
very carefully around the cup.
Oh, I just read a scene that was like giving me a lot of physical reactions. I'm loving it now, so I'm very happy that it's turned around for me. But
Sherry, I'm laughing at Kaylee's face because I knew what she was reading.
I'm listening to the puppet. That's vague enough.
yeah, I just finished chapter 19.
Okay.
And I like literally just finished, so I haven't started chapter 20 yet. But yeah, I'm liking it. It's still like I still stand by. I did not enjoy I didn't like love the first part of it, but like part that I'm currently reading, I'm really, really loving, and we'll just see if that love continues on, and like maybe it could still get a high 4 for me. But I do wish like the beginning, I don't know. I don't see how the beginning could like be so necessary. I'm trying. I know a lot of people like the beginning, but for me, I don't know. Where did you guys end up, and how are you enjoying it so far?
Chapter 23. So.
Did you make dinner?
No, I ordered dinner.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, how are you so far when you said you were going to cook?
No, I ordered dinner because I was planning to make dinner and I can't, my heartburn's too bad, so I couldn't eat the pizza that I was planning to make. But I despise eating and reading at the same time, and it's because I love you all and did not want to fall behind that I ate and read at the same time.
Yeah, I was like, how is she ahead of me now? Because I was like, you...
No, I literally walked to the door and walked back to the couch.
Got it.
And the episode of Criminal Minds was making me like every time I open the door and it's dark outside, I'm like, what if the DoorDash driver's like standing there waiting to jump me?
I just started chapter 11 and I'm still kind of at that boring part, so I'm excited to get to something because I'm just browsed, like I'm just like I feel like I'm reading but I'm not, so I feel like I kept getting distracted, like I kept checking my phone, like I got up and got a drink, like so I just need so it's taking me I feel like so long to read because I'm bored, but I'm hoping that it gets better. So like from you guys are saying, I'm going.
Yeah, it does the things.
I'm on chapter 22. I see why people like it past that point, but it's too little too late for me. Like, I'm so bored. I'm ready for this to end. Like, for me, the tone shift is so extreme that I'm like, it's just not there.
It's too late.
Yeah, I'm in chapter 22.
Started at 40%. It could have been like a really high 3-star or low 4-star for me. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you started with the bazaar and the camp, I would just be having a fun time with it. But you started so serious that now I'm like, this is just like stupid. Like for me, I know some people love it, but for me, it just comes across that way. Like it's too big of a jump.
Fair. Yeah, I didn't like the beginning, but the beginning is not impeding my enjoyment of what I'm currently reading.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I could see it because the beginning is very serious and like sad and stuff, and then the kind of horror that it starts having in the part where I'm liking it more is ridiculous, like typical Grady Hendrix ridiculous horror and stuff. But
yeah,
I obviously like that kind of horror, but I could see how it couldn't work for some people for sure.
It's not that it's not working for me. Like I said, if we had started there, I think that I could have enjoyed it more because it would have just been typical Grady Hendrix, fun, weird, kind of a little bonkers. But it almost feels like two different people wrote the book. Like you had two authors and one was responsible for the first half and one was responsible for the second half. And they didn't talk at all in between.
That could be because he did originally write the book and then it was going to be published in June of last year. And then he decided to rewrite stuff. So it honestly could have been like he wrote it way later because he wanted to change stuff. Or he could have changed the beginning.
Who knows? You never know. Yeah.
I do like how in the writing it kind of bamboozled me personally with liking one character to now disliking that character.
My spidey senses.
Yeah, seriously. And like I like how that was done, and now it like I did a full 180 on like my preference between the two, and I actually like how he tricked me with that, specific, like putting us in one character's lens, and then because we're in that one character's point of view, we're not getting all of the information that we need to have like an objective opinion about these characters. But yeah, I feel like it would work better if this book was 50 pages shorter and the 50 pages were taken away from the beginning. Like we could still get some of the grief that's going on, but just like have the pacing be a bit quicker and then jump into this other part.
Yeah.
Agreed. The pacing is way too off for me. And without that, like I think I actually would have enjoyed it because I do like I saw someone saying it reminds me of a B horror film. I normally like to laugh at my horror. Like I want it to be campy and like over the top so that like I can just easily suspend my disbelief.
Yeah.
And this just attempted to get there, but it got there after making me believe like in the grief. I don't know if that makes sense.
This is around the part where I realized too, Brie, that I was like, okay, I'm fully in now. I'm liking this now too. And it made me really want to do this, like order pizza and Chinese food and have a very extravagant takeout night. Hell yeah. Interesting, Jessica. Didn't feel like the beginning was sad. It just felt like the setup for their relationship. Love it as it reminds me of a B horror flick. It was like 40% of the book though, so that's
it's too much.
It's not sad for me. It was just serious.
The shuddering, and I actually thought that this was in relation to the 21% of the shuddering because it does the exact same thing where you spend way too much of the book talking about the characters like a B movie setup, but it's too much. So I actually thought that comment at first was related to the shuddering.
I definitely like when I'm reading horror, like I like not that I don't want like setup, but I like little things being like I like the like you said, I can't like the build up. Like I don't want to go from like one thing to another, like complete opposites. Like I like that build up, but still getting the introduction of like the setup at the same time.
But I do agree about 40%. You do start to see the gritty come through. The campy,
100%.
Comedy horror, and that part is fine.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the flashback scene that we got, like in right around like the 40%, 45%, I really enjoyed. But I do wish like here's a way he could have like switched it with the pacing to make the beginning part have a bit more attention along with the family drama. Like we have that scene from the childhood. Could we have had maybe some family members ominously mention some of that was going on, and so then we could see like, oh, there's some weird stuff going on even at this early setup part of their sibling dynamic instead of it just being like annoying squabbling the whole time. I don't know. I'm like currently loving it though, so I'm just gonna have to do a hard think about how much the beginning part will impact my
your rating.
My sister's dog is currently looking for dogs.
Sorry.
Dogs. I keep seeing you look at him, and I'm expecting the nose to like creep into the corner of your screen. It's not happened yet.
It's because he's just roaming around currently, growling and looking for a dog.
He wants the coyotes. He wants to get them.
He actually might want to go outside, but I'm going to see if Nick will take him.
Also, I'm sad you didn't love this. I really liked this one, but this is another like very, very controversial one. I can never predict who's gonna like it, who's not going to.
I haven't read that one yet. I have it. I just haven't read it.
More thriller. Definitely leans more thriller than horror to me, anyway.
It's like thriller with some gore.
Yeah. I'm just cursed for book club picks. That's it. I just need to stop reading them or choosing them. Who lets me choose them? I chose this one.
You did. You did indeed.
Well, they're always extra risky for you, Cassidy, because they're the genres that are slightly more outside your comfort zone. So I feel like it makes sense that they're cursed.
I liked 20 horrors last year, and I liked 18 of them. So, like, I actually tend to like horror. I just don't fully know my horror taste, I think. So, like, it's harder to pick them. But my bad.
We can be cursed. It's fine. I don't think I should be allowed to pick books either because I'm 90% sure that the Indie Archive pick was mine.
Hopefully, your guys' next book will be a hit though.
It better be, or I'm gonna
High
cry.
expectations.
I'm gonna say
That was
December, my
pretty-
pick, we all
pretty
DNF'd
bad.
it. So
Book club picks are just cursed.
we're all failing.
Yes,
Really
Brianna,
not liking
I
this
did.
book.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Actually, Melissa picked it, not us.
I mean, I pretty much said yes, we're doing it as soon as Melissa said it.
I did too, but Melissa said it, so I'm going to count it as Melissa's pick.
Fair.
Because then there's hope.
I've literally only read one book club pick that I like loved, and I've read a lot of book club picks now,
Which one
or like
was it?
things I've been a part of.
Are you going to DNF this one, Cassidy?
No, because I'm so far in that like I want to count it.
Mm-hmm.
But I probably should. I probably should have earlier, but I'm too far in
I
now.
should have it like here. Now I'm like way back here.
All right, you guys ready for another sprint?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
See everyone in 45. I'm in the middle of such an intense scene right now, and I really did not want to stop. Oh my god.
I just finished all of that.
Nice.
This one-
Things did not stay in their proper place. That's as vague as I can get.
Yeah, like but yeah, I'm like almost done with chapter 25. Where do you guys get? How are you feeling? I'm same as last time. I'm sure I'm gonna love it until the end now, and like I said, it's just gonna be like the issue of how much do I wait to the beginning against the
Yeah. I took a shower, but I'm now on chapter 15. So
I'm
How's
in
it going for you,
27.
what?
How's it going for you, Rye, since you're like obviously behind us all?
I mean, I think things are picking up, but I find chapter 15, the cousin's reaction, really like impulsive. Like,
Agreed.
Yeah, your comment. I was like, I agree.
like it just came out of like, I'm like, that's where your first thought goes. Like, okay, we'll see. I'm going. Like I said, it just, I don't know.
I
I'm
have
just reading it
people in
slow.
my real life that would totally say that, so the cousin didn't bother me. I would never go there right away, but like I feel like it didn't bother me because I could imagine someone doing that, especially with like what's in the house.
I could imagine someone doing that, but I want you to set the character up to feel like that's their character then. Like I felt like it just was like, oh, okay. But she didn't give us any like ghost believing.
But that she was like really into like ghost hunting or like was
Yeah.
like a ghost fanatic, like
or had like a story of a child of seeing a ghost or just like some tidbit I want.
Yeah, totally fair.
I'm on 27.
We won't talk about where I am.
Similar how I felt. I texted Mel and I said, for me, I've never felt like the logic wasn't there in a Grady book, but I feel like it's not, like I just don't believe anything. Like the logic's just not there for me, which is ruining my enjoyment. But
it reminds me of an elevated Goosebumps book.
I didn't like Goosebumps as a kid either, so I do get that.
I
do get that.
Yep.
And where are you at, Mel?
I don't think anybody wants to know.
I also made dinner during that, and I cooked.
I am on page 361, which is chapter 34.
Nice.
I'm determined to finish this before 9 o'clock when David calls.
I feel like you guys stopped posting in the Discord because you're not liking it or something. I don't know, but it's just me like posting over and over, and I'm like, where are their comments?
I like reading yours.
On it the entire time, like I feel bad. And then people feel like they can enjoy a book, but I'm not that person. Like I'm happy everyone else is enjoying it. I wish I was enjoying it.
Yeah, but I don't want to deter from anybody else's enjoyment.
I'm liking it, so
good.
That's good.
It's
there are definitely moments I'm enjoying. It's just
yeah, I get that. I don't think it's gonna like beat out Southern Book Club for my favorite though.
I think because of the beginning, it's going to be pretty low on my ranking of Grady Hendrix, but that's just because like I've loved every other Grady Hendrix, so like I could still have a pretty positive opinion of this book, but the fact that I didn't end up loving the whole thing means it's automatically going pretty low down on my ranking list. I have no idea what I'm going to rate it, though.
It's feeling like 4 stars to me. I also did like the beginning, so I think I like grief horror more than everyone else here. But I do definitely like the pacing and like the tone shift is weird too. So
yeah, I definitely like hit 50% and went from a conversation to everything happens all at once.
Yeah.
Also, right after where you're at is when I started like really loving it. So
I can feel it starting to pick up a little bit. Yeah. So like I said, like I just feel like I've been like trying to like I've been doing 12,000 other things. Granted, my brain's not at my full function right now, but like I'm like getting distracted. but I am getting more invested in it right now.
I'm predicting you'll enjoy it at least,
Me too.
right? Like I don't
I was
think
about to
you'll.
say that.
Yeah, it's not that I
No.
don't like it. I'm not liking it, but I'm also not loving it. Like I said, like I'm like in this weird in between.
I was thinking about
However.
the serious part, and I was like, it's interesting because one of the things I love about Southern Book Club was the balance of like camp and like serious topics. And so I was like, I shouldn't not like the serious parts of this, but I think it's because he does all of it and then all of the camp.
It's not
and it would
intertwined
get
with each
like-
other.
Yeah, it was definitely meshed together more in that one.
I love Southern.
Cassie, this is like one of the first times we've been exactly on the same page in a horror book.
Is.
Well, it's because we're not agreeing.
I know. You really need to do this experiment because
I told you I need to do it.
it would be really entertaining.
I'm gonna have to go through everyone's books and see.
But the caveat, though, you have to do mine within the last year because I'm a very different reader now than I was a year ago.
Fair. That'll be hard.
I want to see it. I think it's gonna be a great time.
Yeah, I think for my ranking, like if I had to do it right now, mine would be second to last, just above Horror Store, because I gave Horror Store 4 stars, and I feel like this one might end up doing 4 stars. I have to continue loving it though, like to the max for the whole rest of the book, because if it dips at any point, then it could go lower. But
I can't wait to watch your face.
It's like, I can tell you where I am currently. The speed of the plot has not slowed down.
good.
Oh,
Where
wow.
are you again, Kaylee? What chapter?
Chapter. Sorry, my thing just closed. In the middle of chapter 25.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. It doesn't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
But then sometimes I'm picky the other way, where if too much stuff happens and there's not enough smaller breathing, then I can get disinterested too. So, I mean, I'm hoping I will still continue loving it, but like
I hope so.
sometimes when there's like too much action, I disconnect. But
Yeah, I just finished like the whole thing that you're in now, and it's more of a like it's a little settled down. So it's not like it's still like things are happening, but I don't think it's gonna be too overwhelming if it keeps kind
I
of
don't
that.
remember. There's something that's gonna happen that's gonna. I really kind of want to know when Kaylee gets there because her face is going to be highly entertaining. I think I'm the only person that has gotten to that point so far, and your face is going to be a good time. But I don't remember exactly when it is to tell you. To make sure you tell me.
Just everyone's gonna sit here and just watch Kaylee.
I'm not gonna read.
And I have Netflix on, like, so I had my Netflix screen, like, I can't read it in silence, so I don't see, like, the live stream, but maybe I'm gonna have to.
Let me go see if I can figure out exactly where it is. What chat? You're on 25?
yeah, the thing about Grady Hendrix, he is great at writing like super cringy specific scenes. Like there are certain scenes in each one of his books that are still.
Oh yeah,
Also, a giant pet peeve of mine is when writers just switch into another POV randomly, and it like for me it just doesn't work for me. I'm like, just stay either in the one POV or make it multi POV from the beginning. So I didn't enjoy that chapter because of that, but I'm like, I know some people are going to enjoy this chapter.
I wish that we would have gotten that earlier, and like we would have been getting his perspective the whole time.
Agreed.
Yeah,
100%.
Okay,
I
I
like-
the very last page of chapter 28.
Ooh, okay.
I'm excited.
I really liked this chapter, but yeah, I liked it so much to the point where I wish it was like a flipping back and forth POV the whole time.
Would have
Yeah.
worked better for me.
But it's only those 2 chapters so far that have been his point of view, and then it switches straight back to her.
Yeah, it's to show you, like, it's like a vision essentially for me. If I'm comparing it to something fantastical or anything, it's just, I was like, oh, we could have done this better. Like, we could have worked it into the story better for myself.
Yeah.
His backstory was wild. That was a wild ride.
Yeah. Yeah, I was expecting something else to happen. So to get that, I was like, it surprised me, but I can't really say anything without. I would. Never mind.
The worst part about these is when you start getting to the end, you're like,
Yeah.
I just thought that it was going to be something else and not necessarily his perspective because of the two narrators.
Yeah. Okay. Do you guys just want to go straight into another sprint? Because I kind of.
Taylor's like,
I could potentially hop off during the sprint. It depends on how my back's feeling. I can't sit up anymore. So depends how my back is feeling. But so if I hop off, I might hop off. I don't know. It just depends how I feel.
well, in case you do, I'm going to go ahead and tell you good night. But if you don't, I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah, we'll see how my back is feeling.
Sounds good. All right. I'm gonna pull up the timer, and as a reminder, for anyone new joining, everyone is linked in the description box, and the Discord that we're kind of commenting in, that is mostly just me spamming it at this point, is linked below.
I love the spam. Do not.
Okay, good. I'm like,
I like reading it, so don't stop.
I go back and look at it, and then I'm like making comments on the old stuff. So
good. All right. I'll see everyone in 45. I did not know that.
Really close. Hello.
What would you say, Mel?
I said I got really big. I was not prepared.
Oh yeah, because Rye left for a little bit. I was just typing a comment in the Discord. I was in the middle of typing and then it started going
I
off.
know. I was like, I want to know what you were typing.
I'll finish up typing. I'm in the middle of or towards the end of chapter 32.
Nice.
Where did you guys get?
I think I finished it.
Mhm.
I finished too.
I'm in 34.
Nice. I'm impressed you guys finished. I'm sad you didn't like it, but that's pretty cool. You guys finished it in like these sprints.
That was the goal.
I have 43 minutes of listening time left, so I'm not sure if you guys will stick around or not, but I'm definitely going to do one more sprint so that I can finish.
Yeah, I'll be here. I have 31 minutes-ish.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably be here, depending on whether Nick comes upstairs, I guess.
I may or may not, just because my dog is getting really obnoxious because he wants to go to bed. But we'll see.
What did you guys end up
Standing there crying. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Would you guys end up rating it?
Neither one of us wants to go first.
I gave it a 1 star. The only good rating it got was writing. I did give the writing like an 8. But
I give it a 2.
Sad. I mean, I'm sad you guys didn't enjoy it, but at least like I said, you finish in these sprints. It's not like hovering over you, having to like.
yeah,
There were parts of it I really enjoyed, and like scenes that I really enjoyed, and I think that the potential for it to be something that I loved was there. It just couldn't quite get there.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I was like, oh, we're getting a scene I like, then it just kind of.
Yeah, my enjoyment was so low the entire time that even when there were scenes that I think I could have liked, I didn't like them because the logic just doesn't make sense enough for me to enjoy these. Even though like I agree that some of those things I could have really loved, I just can't see past it. But
even the thing that I think you put at the end that you liked about it, I can see where I could have, but the Easter eggs were not there. So by the time it was revealed, I was like,
I just replied to you in the Discord with that because I just knew. So it didn't bother me.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like I still, even if I know, I feel like you still need to.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
I think I know
I'm
what you're
excited to
talking
see
about.
these two though because I'm so happy that they loved
Yeah.
it.
Me too. I'm glad we've had a success.
I just got to like the big reveal.
I think that's the thing that me and Mel were talking about.
That's what I like. Yeah, I was like, I think this makes sense with what just happened. So
Yeah, I just needed more like, because I see exactly what he was trying to do and the parallels that he was trying to draw, and I can appreciate that. I just needed more.
yeah, I get that. I liked it, but I also understand that.
Yeah. That's okay. Just because Cassidy and I are critical grumpy hags doesn't mean that everybody else can enjoy it.
I'm just too logic based for something, I think, sometimes.
Agreed. It's like, we're grumpy old hags.
Honestly, at this point, everyone's just used to me hating books. So
Fair.
I texted Mel earlier. I was like, Lexi's never going to want a buddy read with us ever again. But Kaylee's just used to it at this point with Nicholas.
Oh, I don't care.
Well, I just like talking about books with you guys because I feel like sometimes you guys catch things that I don't really catch because I think I'm a less critical reader than you guys are, which isn't better or worse. It's just
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I 100% am not a critical reader.
It's not a bad thing.
The way you guys talk about it is like always really interesting. It never affects my rating. Like I still
good.
my like higher ratings and stuff, but it's just like it's always fun conversations. I'm sad for you guys to not be liking the books, but
You know what? Chatting about it with everyone is the fun, so it's fine.
it never like affects my personal enjoyment. In fact, it adds to it because I love talking about books with people no matter what. So
One of my favorite reading experiences last year was a book I literally despised just because we did it for Unofficial and it was just so much fun to read.
Bree and Michelle, since you guys are reading along, how are you liking it so far?
Ooh, yum. That sounds really good.
Have about an hour left. I'm pretty impressed with how like quick the sprints have been. Like we didn't get too long. Moment. Gonna finish. That's good. Hate that I don't have the audio for this. Tor, like the voice that's annoying is still annoying, but I think it's not affecting me that much, but like I think this is a book I would have preferred to read physically rather than through audio, but it's fine.
It definitely reads physically very quickly. Like he has a writing style that lends, it's very punchy.
So far,
I don't mind that voice in the audio.
It's not like a big thing that I mind. Like it's not going to affect anything for me, but it's just a very slight twinge of annoyance every so often.
Yeah.
But it's intentionally that way. Like it's not a flaw.
Yeah, that's what Deb said. She was like, it's supposed to be annoying, but it's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even reading that character, I found her annoying. So
the plane scene was giving me so much secondhand embarrassment. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, but there are kids that act like that and parents that indulge like that is the scary thing.
Yeah. I was like, just rip it off and move on. Like, oh my God.
Let the TSA guy go.
Yeah.
I
hope you do.
Gave up on the book, TV, try to finish tomorrow. I might switch back to episodic. Nice. Parts of the book that I'm really enjoying, but the pacing is so off for me. Yeah. For me, the pacing is just the issue at the beginning, but since I've started liking it, I haven't been noticing pacing issues. Hello, Lauren. Chapter 16. Trying my best to stay open, but I'm not as captivated as I was hoping to be at this point. Fingers crossed it gets better. It's possible you will start to like it more. It's possible.
I
agree. Really like it, not as critical. I'm entertained. It will get 3. I'm thinking 4 to 4.5. Nice.
Yeah, I'm thinking 4 stars.
Yeah, if I had to rate right now, I will do 4 stars, but it just has to like nothing has to go wrong because 4 stars is like I think the peak of like how good it could get after disliking the beginning part, you know? So I have to like I have to really like the ending. Otherwise might get like a cheeky 3.75.
I'll be shocked if you don't give it a 4.
Same. I think you will.
Yeah, we're gonna do one more sprint key. More of a time thing, literally reading it in the slowest way possible for me personally with the arc on my phone. At a 3 to 3.5 right now.
You know what? Most people giving it somewhere between a 3 to a 4. I'm gonna, for a late night crew read, consider a solid win. Just because Cassidy and I didn't do it does not that does not matter. As long as the majority enjoy, it is fine.
I've seen a lot of people absolutely loving it too. I've seen people say it's their favorite Grady Hendrix. Like,
good.
People are really liking it.
Yeah, I can definitely see why people love it.
I can see why.
I think it's all just down to personal preference on what you like in horror. And I think that horror is hard to do as like big things like this because it is so subjective, like to what you think is scary. And I mean, obviously things like pacing and stuff, but like even, I mean, we reading the same book and it didn't impact me as much as like it did for you guys with the pacing. So
100%. Every book is so subjective in your reading experience.
Absolutely.
And like Pet Sematary is so many people's favorite King book and like so many people's favorite horror book and stuff. And I read that and I just found it so boring and like depressing, but it just like there's a huge genre in huge subgenre in horror that is all about that. And I think that's really what that beginning part was for.
Yeah.
I think Ryle ended up enjoying it.
Me too.
In the end.
It's funny because I was like looking through like 2s and like 1s, and I really laughed because pretty much all the 2s and 1s are like the same kind of complaints that me and Mel have, and then like, so it's like interesting just to see. I feel like there's different readers. Very.
Mhm.
Yeah. I completely agree. And some things, it's just weird. Like horror, there are some things that in one book will drive me up a wall, and then in another book can completely not bother me. I don't even notice. And so it's just kind of a weird balance. And part of it, I think, does how quickly does it hook you? Because if it hooks you, you can ignore some of that. Whereas if you have too much time to think about it before it gets revved up, that's why a lot of horror I prefer to be shorter, because that's the problem I have.
This book was way too long for me.
Yeah, I think it's too long too.
Wow, Lexi thinking a book over 300 pages is too long?
Shocking. Yeah.
I would have been shocked if he came back and been like, it's the perfect size.
I think too, like part of why maybe the beginning didn't like ruin the book for me is just because I have such a high opinion of the author and how I've loved every other thing that I was like willing to trust that we would get to a place where I would like it. Where maybe if this was a new to me author, I would have been so annoyed with the beginning and disliking it and not trusting that I'm going to eventually like it, that I then would have been more critical once there's stuff that I could have liked.
Yeah.
So
like sometimes with an author you read before, it's just like expectations. You're expecting a great book. Where like for me, when I read Southern, I was expecting nothing, but then I read My Best Friend's Exorcism and Final Book Support Group. So at this point, I was just like, I'm hoping I like this.
Yeah.
But my expectations weren't like high.
I don't think Grady is my man, but that's okay.
I was going to ask if both of you are going to read from him again.
I still own Horror Store, so I'll probably try Horror Store.
The only one I have not read now is the banned one of his fiction. So maybe I might read like his next like a newer release.
So which one?
The All Soul or Sell Our Souls, or the which one?
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah.
We Sold Our Souls is the weirdest one in my opinion. That one gets the most bonkers, the most wild. But I think it kind of starts that way, so it doesn't have the same issue as this one, because this one goes weird too, but the other one like starts weird. It starts like a wild scene, and you're like, what the hell is this book?
Set my expectations at the beginning of the book, not at 50% of the
Yeah, exactly.
I love Southern so much that I think I will keep trying, but I think I won't do it for like a book club or anything like that, because I want to be willing to let myself DNF it.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Are you guys or has anyone read Bad Astronauts? I'm very interested in that one.
I'm interested too, but I think
it's on Scribd.
I was about to say, I think before when I looked, I couldn't find it for free anywhere, but when I looked before, I think I didn't have Scribd. Kiki hated We Sold Our Souls. It's another one like a Final Girl support group. I think that has a lot of mixed opinions about it.
Fair.
The audio and physical are on Scribd. The audio is only 3 hours and 44 minutes.
That was, I'm assuming, a novella.
Yeah, and it's sci-fi.
Okay, cool.
Which I'm very interested.
Yeah.
I heard it's like not horror at all though. Like, so like setting expectations. Because I think in one of my TBR videos, I just thought Grady Hendrix has to be horror. So I mentioned it. I never read it in my TBR, but it was in my TBR at one point. And someone told me like, yeah, do not go in thinking it's horror, because you're going to be really disappointed then.
I am intrigued.
Yeah, the synopsis says he takes a break from horror and goes all in on sci-fi.
I am intrigued.
All right, are you guys ready for?
I may pop out just because I need to get ready for bed. I got to go to work tomorrow. But thank you for hosting, Kaylee, and you and Lexi for joining us. This is fun.
Super fun. Thanks for letting us crash and having
it. Anytime. Otherwise, y'all are balancing out our negativity down. Absolutely. I promise we like books, okay?
Rise just over there, like in the deep end, like, I like this book.
All right. Well, you guys enjoy. Let me know what you end up thinking. I'm assuming it's going to be 4 stars, but just let me know.
Sounds good. All right.
Good night.
Okay. I'll see everyone.
Imagine if I left and this was just still claimed late night.
I was thinking that. I was like, is it just going to be Kaylee and I for these late nights?
We are the late night crew. But yeah, this is gonna be the last sprint. I'm gonna put up the banner, but I have exactly 43 minutes of listening time left, so it'll be perfect. All right, see everyone in 45 minutes.
I was really big for a second.
That was a mistake. Oh my
I did
goodness.
not like that. I looked up and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I was like looking down at the screen, and then in my peripheral vision, I just saw the faces. I was like, oh no. I just finished. Lexi, did you finish?
Yeah, I finished like 15 minutes ago, and then I kind of sat here.
I literally finished like 30 seconds ago, so it was perfect timing for me. It was nice. It was a nice end for me. I'm giving it 4 stars.
Yeah, me too.
I thought you guys would.
There were a couple moments where I think if I had been more attached right at the beginning, I could have like cried at the end.
I know. I was like, this is kind of emotional.
Yeah. There were like moments where it's like if I was like fully invested the whole way through, I think I'd be bawling right now. I got like the rush. You know how you can feel the rush of the tears, but it doesn't like actually well up and go over. That's I was getting the rush of the tears in the back of my head.
Yeah. I think that I overall liked it more the whole way through than everyone did. And this is my second favorite Grady Hendrix.
Awesome.
Ooh.
I have like complicated feelings because I just really didn't like the beginning part, but then once it switched, I loved it. So like if the whole book was like the switch, it would get like full 5 stars, new favorite. It's just the beginning part that is like dragging it down for me.
I wonder if you would like it more if you reread it.
Maybe now that like I care about people more and they're like less annoying and you understand based off of reveals that happen why maybe some things are the way that they are, but that still like doesn't affect full read through. So yeah, still disappointed with the like very beginning, but I think it's going down, like I said, pretty far on my Grady Hendrix list. I think it's above Horror Store, but everything else is above that. What is even my list? I made my list earlier today just in case we talked about this, so I would know what it is, and now I forget.
It's also right above Horror Store for me, but that's not the bottom.
Yeah. Mine's Best Friends, Exorcism, Final Girl Support Group, We Sold Our Souls, Southern Book Clubs, this one, and then Horror Store.
I still am really scared and excited for Horror Store.
You might like Horror Store more because it like kind of gets going right away, but that's why I didn't like it as much, because I felt like it was too much, too fast, and then continuously too fast, and then I like felt a little bit disconnected. I was entertained. I gave it 4 stars. I was entertained throughout, but I was just missing that like emotional connection to give it the full 5 for me.
I almost threw up while reading that book.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I think our lists are like flipped, so maybe I should be excited, but
I can see you liking it. I think like more fast-paced horror is your thing.
Definitely, 100%.
So yeah, I think you'll like it.
Yeah, I think if you have the capacity to like love another Grady out of what's released, like I feel like that's the one with the highest chance.
It's one I've owned longest. Yeah, I still haven't read it.
It did not go well for Cass and Mel, but
at least the book was finished.
Yeah.
did not DNF it within 10 pages, and we have done that before.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Teddy just stole a cotton pad from the bathroom trash, and I need
That's fine. I can do the comments.
Okay.
I know. On chapter 35, still have 28 minutes left. Are you liking it more now? Like, what are you thinking of your rating now?
I think she says this later.
Oh yeah. Kiki, I feel like you've been reading this book forever. I mean, I know it is a huge book, but
Teddy's obsessed with those little cotton rounds that you put toner on and like swipe on your face. He thinks they're marshmallows. He wants them so badly. Chapter 36, pretty far. Yeah, the first 35% would have just been a prologue. I would have been really invested. I totally agree with this, Brie.
Yeah.
Where story leans into campiness, so if you go in expecting it, you should like it.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I like camp. I wanted the camp from the beginning, always.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Best Friends, Exorcism, Southern, Horror Store, Final, and Sold Our Souls. Final ranking.
My least favorite is Best Friend's Exorcism, but that's so many people's favorite.
Yeah, now my Best Friend's Exorcism is technically second, but I just haven't read that many. And that was a DNF, so.
The only other one, Southern Book Club. Love that one so much. See, Southern Book Club was my first one I read, and I don't know, like it. I mean, I loved it. I gave it 5 stars, but it's not in my top 3. And I wonder if, like, I reread it, maybe it could get farther up on the rankings, just because it's the one I've read the least, like the longest time ago, and so it's like the least fresh in my memory.
I do think that one has less that like sticks with you too, like.
Oh, I have some things that stuck with
me. There's certain things that have stuck with me too. I think the reason why I like put it in the spot where it did is because like I felt so frustrated during that book, which is how you're supposed to feel. But rating on enjoyment, I was like, sometimes it was going too far into making me mad territory for me to like be having an enjoyable experience. I mean, I gave it 5 stars, don't get me wrong, but that's just lower on the list than the other ones.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I'm hopping out of here, so y'all can wrap up Late Night Crew for Inspire Yourself, because I've been streaming off my phone Wi-Fi for 6 hours, so I have unlimited data at least, but
still.
We're about to end anyway, so you'll just miss like the last 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye. Southern Guide frustrated me because of the gaslighting in it. Yeah, that's why I was but it's like meant to be that way, so it's not really a criticism, but still.
And it was also so funny to me. Like, and that, like, I read it and I didn't know anything about Grady Hendrix. So, like, I was just so surprised by it, too, that, like, I was very, like, I don't know. I think whenever you find things that you haven't heard people, because, I mean, obviously at that point people were already talking about it, but, like, I didn't hear anyone talk about it because I wasn't really, like, in the horror area on the book internet. And like it was like I discovered it, so like it felt more exciting.
Posted thoughts in Discord because they're kind of spoilery. I'll have to check. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to check. Like I added my own thoughts, I think, but I haven't had a chance to like read through everyone else's like final thoughts because I finished with 30 seconds to spare.
Yeah, Brie, I think that has to do with the whole Southern thing. I think it's just like his family probably, as vague as possible, because he is from Charleston. So I don't know. And I think it was kind of, I mean, it was a little over the top, but it felt more necessary to get to the point of finding things out. But I also like, yeah, I know what you're saying.
All right, I think we're going to wrap things up. Thank you all for joining us, especially those of you new to here and are joining us, the Late Night Crew. They're very kind and allowed Lexi and I to crash their official book club. And very nice that they're letting me host since I usually do Monday sprints. But if you like sprints, you should check out my channel because I do them every Monday. You should also check out Lexi's channel because she does sprints all the time. And then if you are here and you don't know about the Late Night Crew, you should check out all of their channels too. They're linked in the description box below. They do this
unofficial official book club choice each month, which is really cool. Where they're not doing it in February though, but they're doing they usually do one book each month, and then they have sprints like this where there's no live show, but they just kind of read it all together on sprints, and in the chatty parts have spoiler-free thoughts. That way you can all kind of read it together and chat in the Discord about the book along the way, and it's super fun. So the link to the Discord is in the description below. But I'm gonna end these here. And Lexi, when's the next time we're doing sprints?
Wednesday at 12 Eastern, and then Saturday at 7 Eastern for like the evening ones.
And those are both on Lexi's channel, and we'll be there. We'll both be there. Lexi will obviously be there. Okay, I need to end. Bye.